Siêu vô cái link đó giùm em rồi nghe tiếng không?
Compromising our network and performance or increasing false positives as well.
Nghe hả? Nó nói nó nói gì chưa?
Rồi rồi.
Chưa.
Nhớ đâu mà xinh gì đó.
Không, đâu vô lại. Lên YouTube á.
Ừ.
Nó nói gì không? Nó chưa nói mà.
Okay, so let us continue. Okay, so let's wrap up this lesson. So we've got
Nghe nó nói
a
đúng
few
không?
more slides to go, then we'll have a break, and then we'll actually get to the real good stuff. So bear in mind, again, a lot of these things are just high-level information about the product. So how does it work in a hybrid environment? So a lot of organizations, for legal and regulatory reasons, may not move to the cloud completely. So moving to the cloud is an important consideration for most organizations. They don't want to do this immediately. So one option is then to have what we call a hybrid strategy. So certain SIP-based endpoint functionalities migrated to
Đi
the
cột
cloud,
lại thằng
where
này nó
it's
đang
managed
trên
along with the cloud-managed endpoints.
trên bữa
So you can
hư
still
á.
have your SIP-M, half and stuff, and then some of the stuff in the cloud.
Từ lúc 9:30 rồi, giờ cho giờ đi
Okay,
cột.
so what is required? What I love about the ICDM is so easy to add things. We just enroll everything. So first of all, you need access to the set manager, and then we enroll it into the ICDM. We basically import this to your ICDM.
Đúng rồi. Kiểu vậy
What
á.
is important, you need 14.2 or later clients. You can't do this with earlier machines.
Từ ghi cột.
And we need a Symantec a cloud account and
Đi cột lại.
log in. So how do we manage then devices and policies within ICDM? When it comes to managing your security, each organization will have constraints and requirements to balance the ease of management and optimization for the tasks at hand.
Tới 6 giờ tối rồi.
There is one key component to a successful organization, and this is the security. An engineer, a salesperson, or CFO, or admin staff, accountant, or IT need their data safeguarded from attack, tampering, potential loss, hacking, all of those. Environments tend to mimic the Active Directory structure. When organizing endpoints, it's so much easier to just incorporate this with your Active Directory or Active Directory incorporated in here, because everything then works. You've got your geographical, organizational, device types, business processes, and so on. You need to mimic. Instead, consider the common ground between the departments to consolidate similar policies. You should also consider the security admin teams. Will there be delegations? Are there organizational boundaries and so on? So you decide what you want to do. But this decision, if you have an on-site SEP-M, will already have been taken a while ago. So it's not going to be something brand new. This is something that somebody else will have taken for you at some stage. So in this example, the location of the office is the key driver. Maybe you have a security team per location which need access only to the endpoints. So we can have something like all devices coexist in the same group. But you can have different groups for the geography. So to go back here, all over. So people here in South Africa, people in India, oops, people in Malaysia and Singapore and Malaysia always went to Indonesia. All of that stuff. It may be somebody in the Middle East. So you have different ways, but also how your staff is sorted out. All the device types, my servers, desktop, laptops, mobile devices. So you different. You have this group structure set up. We can also focus on business processes to organize our policies. For example, accounting, HR, R&D, and VIP. This is also so R&D requires a strong firewall policy because they don't want anything to be leaked out. Accounting division want to freeze cloud updates when running payroll, maybe different requirements, maybe requiring host integrity and system policy. VIP users will have specific app control policy to allow specific applications to run, and also your group structure for HR will be different and whatever. So again, um, having different hybrids of different things. So here's an example of Active Directory integration. ID synchronization gives you the ability to import your domain organization into the ICDM. And the syncing process imports the domain's OU structure into the ICDM device group config. And this ICDM's native device groups and the key and the device groups imported remain separate. The key components is that adding and maintaining an AD gateway device. So you add a gateway device, and this is a CIS-protected endpoint that serves as an AD connected device that could connect to your domain controller and gathers the AD data. But it's basically it just helps you with your threat defense for Active Directory, which we'll talk about on Thursday. It's very important because it needs this to basically obfuscate your Active Directory. It's very, very important. So remember, obviously, the idea is that Active Directory import will make your life easier, but it could also make your life a little bit at risk. And this is why, call it a proxy if you want to. This is basically a gateway that's just going to add an extra hop into your environment. Right, then. Policies are assigned by default to the topmost group called the default group. All of this, all subgroups inherit policies upon creation. All groups inherit policies upon creation. You can also assign policies to a specific group to override the inherited policy. In this example here, all clients of the group receive the adaptive protection policy across the entire domain. So everything goes to default. Endpoints in sales, marketing, and HR use the general anti-malware policy, or sorry, general firewall, general anti-malware policy. If you create a subgroup, remember it's best not to assign endpoints in an immediate group. In other words, if you have HR with HR Germany and HR UK, do not put laptops here. Don't put any devices in here. So do not, you basically decide that. Note if you create that, it's very important. Consider also use different scheduled scan times for these environments as well. RBAC, or role-based access control, is the ability to basically restrict our systems, to restrict access to specific groups and admin features. In ICDM, you can create custom rules with limited access to specific groups, and users assigned to these roles will have views access to the entire domain, but actions are then very limited. So you can have different all domain selected groups as well, so different administrators that we can create. So how do we do that? We basically go to the gear, admins and roles, and this is what I'm busy with you guys, to create different admins and different groups and access. You'll do this in the lab as well. Right, this is really quite cool. Right, so let's look at the client deployment. So this is important, something for us, of course. So discover the endpoints. So even one unprotected or rogue device in the environment will open the door for those with malicious intent to actually infiltrate the organization and potentially disrupt your security objectives. Being able to discover your unprotected devices and deploy the most secure and up-to-date protection technology to those endpoints is important. Endpoint security is designed from the ground up to make the device management process simple and efficient.
Alo à?
The process to find and enroll is called discover and deploy.
Yeah.
This process includes designate an assess managed device using discovery agent, deploy the go away. Sorry. So discovery and so basically deploy the client and then confirm that discovered endpoints are added as well. So the discovery agent will then, after the client account and a new tenant was created, a brand new management environment is available for configuration. So this then, obviously, a bunch of brand new devices that we don't know. So the discovery agent is basically performs peer discovery using a set of network protocols, including ARP, port scan, and bonjour discovery. And each protocol provides a set of attributes about discovered devices like IP, MAC, and OS name and version. These attributes are used to uniquely identify and discover devices on our network. So what you do is basically go again to the gear, add device discovery, and you need to have a machine that's already added to the device. Bear in mind, guys, when you do this lab, it's not going to show you immediately. So you may go and have a cup of coffee, have a little bit of patience, and then it should show you there. The discovery agent must be an enrolled device. So once after an agent was defined, it's ready to be used to search the network for unsupported devices. This is on-prem, used to be called the unmanaged detector. The discovery agent settings display options that can be used to scan the network for supported devices. It can scan the entire subnet, an IP range within the subnet. Do I want to include public networks in the discovery? Admins that manage networks that are assigned an IP address class can include support for a large number of devices. And because the discovery agent is limited to searching its own subnet, it's likely that over time multiple agents will be defined in the network. And there's your select discovery agent, refresh, or then discover now. Once it's found the devices, discover devices are added to the unmanaged devices. So here's your filters that we can run. Run discovery, refresh, push, enroll. Unmanaged, and admins can now plan and decide what to do with these. Can now enroll endpoints. All right, we can do a traditional push enrollment, installation package enrollment, and even invite users enrollment. The push enrollment is basically, it's been around there from a long time. So from the ICDM, we can now push this. So once the device is ready to enroll, you click and let it get enrolled. It can also be used to deploy the client to Windows endpoints. Push enrollment is supported on Windows devices. This is managed by the discovery agent. It's this responsibility to send an online installation package to the endpoints. And the online installation package is basically we'll talk about that just now, sorry. After the discovery agent delivers the package directly to the device, the client installation will then start in the background. This program will download the client software from the cloud and sets up the client on the unmanaged endpoint, and the client is then installed. And by default, unmanaged devices are enrolled to the default device group, so the default group that we talked about earlier on. You can now change that setting, but you can also change the setting at a later time. Before push enrollment can be utilized on Windows devices, specific device level configuration needs to be done. These tasks are required to remotely enroll devices using the push method, and the changes can be reversed after enrollment, but they must be applied again to perform another remote enrollment. So we just need to do a registry edit. So you can run this with a script or a batch file or whatever, so in your system.
Tầng này quýnh con nào để cho em quýnh. Trời ơi là trời á.
Devices to be enrolled with push enrollment are selected from the unmanaged devices, and the push enrollment button is then selected. Right, push enroll status, you can then see what is the status. Your push enroll devices are then added to the managed devices, so it's now you can see the devices have now been added. They should now go to enrolled.
Dạ đúng rồi, chứ bây giờ mình đâu có nắm được.
Installation program files for all supported endpoint types can be downloaded directly from within the ICDM manager as well. So you can also download the packages, beside your OS, and then download the packages. This is nice now for third-party integration or kind of stuff that we want to push install this or use this. Not a push installer, but I mean in a third-party enrollment, Active Directory, create MSIs, publish it, and put it on share that people download it as well. This full package creator is basically an exe that includes all installation components that are needed to install the SES client for Windows, but also a zip and a PKG for my Mac machines. When the file runs installations, basically installation happens. You can also, as I mentioned, use third-party MSI PKGs. You can also use group policy objects and Symantec management platform, Apple Remote Desktop, or whatever the case may be. Online installation packages. This is an executable file that downloads installation components from the cloud and install the client directly on the device to which it is saved. That's normally the easiest one. So the client, it runs locally and it downloads it. This downloads installation component and it's then ready to be installed. After downloading, the file can be made available to the owners of supported endpoint devices using any desired method like an internal website, a shared network folder, or a portable USB device. Using this, after installation is delivered, the client installation program is manually installed. So this is a much more manual process. Often the package default settings are acceptable. So but here's like the OS, the agent feature. Do I want to enable Wi-Fi protection? Which device group? Remember I said it goes to the default device group by default, but you can change that. And then what's the package installer? And you'll see this in the lab as well. Install, remote, removal, roller, restart, and language settings. So show the progress bar. So what we see the user, protect settings for Windows servers, and the installation folder as well.
Mô hình thì em có một cái em vẽ rồi.
So the Windows full installation package will install the antivirus, reputation, AML, application, firewall, application device control, memory exploit mitigation, sonar, and intrusion prevention. If you have existing security software, you can uninstall that. And then your restart. Do I want to know? No restart. Restart immediately, delayed restart. Then maybe do I want to do a warning with a delay, with a countdown, or just no prompt, and then restart, hard restart, restart immediately if users are not logged in, which is typically great for servers. And then invite users to deploy direct installation package via email. This doesn't work. I found, and I'm joking now, if you want users to click on something, they will not click on something. If you don't want in an email, if you don't want users to click on an email, they will click on an email. That's just how users work. So if there's a virus, they will click. If it's not a virus, yeah. But you can send an email, and you'll see this in lab as well. It's going to look very similar to your ICDM welcome message. Admins can choose how to send the link. We can invite the users, and then basically, where's my mouse now? Add the users. Invite the users. The recipient will get a download link. The problem is users need to know a little bit. So here's the problem. Download Windows, Mac client, whatever, you know. So just be careful. Also, if you've got like, what you call 64-bit and 32-bit components, could be an issue. All right, and you can see here when it also supports Mac and Linux. All right, let's look at, we're almost done with the first lesson, to manage multiple operating systems from a single console. So there's your operating systems. You can see this in your console. It makes it easy to manage all devices from a single console, which is really, really great. You've got this tab or this screen here, and this is your filter, where we can really filter a lot of nice information. Says on Windows require the following system requirements. It also does 11 now, so don't worry about this. This is a little bit old. That's the stuff. Mac, I'm not going to bore you to death. Just look at the current. I'll see if I can download it for you. The current SCL and HCL. That's very important as well. We do work with multitude of browsers. I often work with Edge. I really like the new Edge. Firefox also works well. Chrome works just as well. I don't use a Mac machine, so I cannot tell you how well the Safari works, but I have spoken to people that's kind of okay with Safari working with it, so it does work. What is important though, this is made for a wide screen, so really good resolution is very important. So your machine needs to be nice wide screen, good resolution as well. Remember, this is a dashboard, so it's going to be stuff where you can look at your whole environment all the time, which is really going to be very correct. Yes, you can create policies and apply them to, not to both. You're normally going to decide, is it going to be to machines, users, or groups, or how are we going to do? Are we going to look at functional groups? Let's look at your environment that's global. So you may want to do this to regions: North America, South America, Southeast Asia, Northeast Asia, Central Asia, Africa, Europe, Middle East. So you can have that in different groups. You can also have it to different users for accounting, those kind of things, different functional orphans. All right, so we looked at device discovery, endpoint enrollment, how to install the agent for that. And we looked at the assess complete high-level architecture of the solution, how the ICDM is organized in a hybrid model, how to manage devices, and how to enroll the complete endpoints. So I'm not going to let you do the lab just yet, but it will take you about 2 hours to do this lab. What I am going to do though is the following. So what you need to do for me right now is I've sent an email to you guys with all of your lab links. So it will be something like that.
Dạ được. Cứ
Um,
bao nhiêu anh thôi.
just take note on the right hand side on the screen, you'll also see your Yopper mail. What I just need to do for you guys to please just click on that user link. If you click on this user link, let me just see something. It's not here. Where have I not seen it? Okay. Anyway, doesn't matter. Yeah, I haven't seen this person. So click on the user link. You will see the lab starts like this. What I need you to do. So this is going to take a few minutes in the background. So just hurry up and wait. This is why we're going to have a short break. And what you need to do is click on that play button that says run the VMs. That's all you need to do right now. And then you're going to have a quick cup of tea or coffee or whatever. So let's have another 10-minute break and then we'll continue. Alrighty, so let's continue with lesson 2. So this is a little bit longer lesson in theory than what we just had because it has more slides, but it should potentially be a little bit shorter than the previous lesson, really because it's initial configuration. And as I mentioned earlier on, a lot of the stuff which is really fantastic is that it is very wizard driven and it's really easy peasy to add a new thing, to create, to, like I said, enroll stuff onto the system and so on. It's really, really very straightforward. Okay, so let's start then, first of all, with we're going to look at policies, what it is. We'll briefly touch on the Mitra attack framework, which is something that we need to use and will need to understand. If you don't, I'm not going to teach you about that too much, but it is quite interesting to just see here and understand how this works in our environment and how it's brought in. This is brought in both here as well as in EDR, which we'll talk about on Wednesday and Thursday as well. So the other things, so preventing initial access to the network, preventing execution, preventing persistence, preventing privilege escalation, and then preventing defense evasion as well. And that's typically where we should break for today, but I'll see how it goes for the rest. Then preventing discovery, blocking command and control, blocking exfiltration, blocking the impact phase, managing the contact, policy versioning, and history. And that's the end of the lesson. But let's see how we go for the rest of today. All right, so let's look at then what's the policy and policy overview. So there was a question is where do we do the policies and do we create our own policies? And this is now really the fun part. So pretty much in the past, says complete security control management. Historically, our endpoint prevention is Sati has taken a layered approach to endpoint defense, and this approach continues with SES Complete. The layered protection approach is managed through the use of SES Complete security policies. So we have a whole bunch of policies. There's a bunch of policies that's there already by default. So the moment you use the product, lots of them. This list is just policy that's been simplified to best practice from years of experience, and over time, you will obviously develop your own policies and hopefully quite an extensive list in here. That will reflect your security in your environment, so what we need to do. To help you manage, this basically says policies list include an easy to use filter that allow you to select specific policy type in our environment, so you can filter through policies. Imagine if you've got 50k endpoints in your environment, users and stuff. So you're going to have so many different policies during the course of the week or the run of the product lifespan. It's just going to be so mad. So what makes this really good is that it helps you to filter your policies. You can also, over time, you'll obviously also manage a whole different way of doing things in your environment. You'll create your groups. You may have a set of policies that are designed to provide protection that's specific to the needs of endpoint with a specific group like accounting or sales or R&D or whatever. As you add unique accounting groups, you could assign accounting specific policies one by one to the groups. But there could also be an easier way. we give you the ability to create policy groups. And policy groups, you simply add the desired policies to the group and then save the group to the policy list. And then you can, for example, you could create an accounting specific group that includes your accounting policies. Then when it's necessary, instead of assigning, you're able to assign the policies as well. And policy groups are created based on a wide variety of requirements as well. As you design them, says complete policies include a variety of components, including host groups, which is a list of hosts that can trigger a firewall rule, network settings, which are settings that manage the services, network adapters, to the adapters, external devices, custom hardware, different device control policies, and external devices that we may have. Many cases, these components are used over and over and over again as you develop and fine-tune the policy. So you'll see this over time, pretty much what you're going to use in your environment, and a lot of things that you may use and reuse that we need to do. You can create host groups based on host address types. You can create services based on network protocol or network devices, your network protocol adapters. You can add a specific device. Let's say you have specific VPN components that we use, those kind of things, which is quite cool. It's really very, very customizable per se. It's really, really very good stuff that we can use and reuse. You can add devices, create your own. If you want to add a firewall policy that prevents users from accessing cloud-based storage, it's very easy. So we go block cloud-based storage. So first of all, we go to the policies. First of all, go here. We want to block it to specific groups. There's names, then add from host groups, and then your cloud storage domains. And because these rules are already created, and they're pretty much wizard driven, it's really easy peasy, and it's really amazing feature for you to actually just add these things in your network. Policy target rules. These set conditions which causes a specific policy to be applied. And this technology expands on legacy location awareness functionality. And you'll use the policy target rule builder to create the conditions that must exist in order for a policy to be assigned. And then when you create a policy rule, you select the policy conditions from the rule builder condition, and you can then configure condition values that are used to apply the rule. You can combine multiple conditions by using your and or operators. Here's an example. We see a rule that will apply system policy that use local live update server where the connection to the cloud is not available. So we basically have conditions. So if the device can resolve intranet, it's internal, and cloud connection if the device is not connected. You can also then we select use local device or whatever. You can also assign a policy. Here's just an example of a target policy rule that will cause a desired policy to be applied when the endpoint is connected to a specific VPN. So when it connects to that NIC, us.vpnbook.com, and then we will apply a specific anti-malware policy, and then it selects the policy target rule. Now, very briefly, just to talk about the Mitra attack framework. Mitra is a vendor agnostic group which provides cyber threat intelligence. And this framework is a tool to categorize your tools and techniques for each phase of a cyber attack. And this framework is applied to an entire organization, network, application, service, and endpoints, and so on. Cyber attacks obviously share a common pattern. So they often try to get in the initial access.
Không nghe luôn.
They run some
Không nghe thấy
tools
gì
to execute stuff.
Khoai đàn.
They could even do privilege escalation and defense evasion, cover their tracks, do the stuff, and then get out. Exfiltration and then impact. So understanding the phases of an attack is very important for an administrator to understand and keep your environment safe. We're not going to go through it in too much detail, but it's basically here. So initial access, then it execute. Persistence, it lies low. Privilege escalation, so it makes Peter an admin. Then defense evasion, so tries to not be detected. Credential access, do a discovery of what's happening, do some lateral, so it moves into the environment. Command and control gets access to everything, and then that's basically how it gets information. Exfiltrate, and then that's the impact of the environment. So you'll see different components of the system is basically what is impacted by all of them. All right. So now, how do we prevent initial access? As an attacker, the goal is obviously to get into the environment, and this is by going to be targeted endpoints to find an entry point. Endpoints are now roaming and disconnected from any network, so a traditional firewall proxy may not apply systematically to protect endpoints. An attacker may try to exploit the vulnerability of a network, get the user to click on a download link or download suspicious files or get into a USB or whatever. So SES provides a whole layered approach, combine IPS, firewall, device control, anti-malware, and so on. So let's look at intrusion prevention. I call this the metal detector and X-ray machine. So imagine, all right, you are going into the office. So I go into any office. So as I go in here, there's, first of all, I have to give my ID, show them my ID or my passport or whatever. They'll ask me where I'm going to. I then have to go through a metal detector, take my keys and my wallet out, and my laptop through an X-ray scanner. Okay, we've been through, we all understand that. And that first part is IPS. But the checking my ID and all of that is the part of the firewall. So intrusion prevention does a packet inspection. It runs at the packet level to inspect traffic for malicious communication and communication patterns. And the IPS engine will use network intrusion signatures to determine whether the traffic is clean or not. You can get an attack signature or a monitoring signature. Some web attacks are often obfuscated and compromise the browser directly, and traditional IPS cannot do that. And this is why we also have browser inspection and browser monitoring in our environment. So then, by default, in the process, the IPS policy network and browser IPS are enabled with no exceptions. And the audit signature can be configured to add monitoring on specific unwanted traffic. And the attack signature, in some rare cases, can detect genuine traffic as malicious. And that is when admins need to add a signature action exception and so on. This configuration is temporarily, and when configuring exception, the action can be set to disabled or to log only. In the advanced settings, admins can configure a custom message to be configured when an attack was blocked. And in the advanced, The on-off switch for both network and browser IPS can be set. We recommend that you keep this on though. So remember, there's the MAC. So IPS, do you want to show notifications, and then do you want to put this on or off? And we do recommend that you keep this on all the time. You can also set your intrusion prevention signatures and browser protection to monitor mode. This will log the detection but does not take action. We normally recommend you do this for testing in the beginning. The IPS policy includes a setting for browser protection, and even though browser protection supports a variety of browser types, browser protection for Chrome is specifically and explicitly supported here. And you do this by add this by the Chrome extensions as well. IPS, so server performance tuning, includes your signature subset for servers and out-of-band scanning so that the service network bandwidth and quality will not be negatively impacted. You can use signature subsets for servers that uses a subset of intrusion prevention signatures. Out-of-band scanning can also be used, and there are multi-threaded network scans that can apply to network intrusion settings. Out-of-band scanning is recommended for servers due to the high throughput environment. When configuring your order signatures on an exception for an attack, each signature will have a specific ID assigned. You can click on the signature, and this will direct you to the Symantec site and give you extra information. So click on the signature. All of these things, all the blue stuff are essentially hyperlinked, so it will take you to somewhere, and we'll show you this, a write-up on the Symantec support site. IPS is the first layer of defense and should be enabled on all endpoints, including servers. And the only exception may be a high throughput server like a database or a web server. Additional security controls like application and isolation can be put in place to reduce the attack surface. IPS will not activate the audit signatures by default. You need to switch it on. We do rely on signatures to provide the best protection against emerging threats. Okay. Finally, if a false positive occurs where general traffic is blocked, an exception can be configured. And we recommend that you contact tech support and say, right, voila, and they will hopefully be able to, well, they will normally be able to assist you immediately. Let's look at the firewall. So as I said, the firewall is pretty much is a perimeter around your building, electrified or high walls or whatever, and force people to only come in through a specific gate. The endpoint firewall is the second layer of protection against the endpoint. By the way, again, this is on your specific laptop or endpoint. This is not really this is not to compare with your global or your internet, your company firewall. Each rule is like a phrase in English composed of elements defining the object, the action, and the additional components. It's like, but it's the action. Is it log or block or allow? Then where do we lock it? What's the application it applies to? The host that basically defines which systems on the network services, defines which port the protocol filtered, network interfaces, which interfaces it applies to, and schedules is basically defines whether the rule is valid. The firewall rule as a toolbar, add, delete, cut, copy, and paste. And to create a new rule and launch a firewall, you can click add. So it's really wizard driven. There's a whole bunch of rules already for you. Just like with policies and stuff, there's rules. We do recommend that you don't actually delete them, just don't enable them. Create a new rule, delete, cut, copy, paste, or whatever. But as I said, either just switch it on or off. Don't delete rules as a recommendation. Built-in rules is a whole bunch of rules that's built in. These settings detect and block the traffic that communicates with drivers, their buyers, and different token rings or whatever. You had the same in the SEP-M. So those of you that's worked on the SEP-M before will recognize all of this. Do I want to enable net bias protection? Do I want to enable reverse DNS lookup? Bear in mind that it is important for some components that this does happen. Port scan detection, DDoS, enable anti-MAC spoofing, automatically block an attacker. It's basically, again, you look at stuff where, bear in mind that it's not gonna, it doesn't help you block this forever. That's basically, it's because an attacker is going to use my laptop to attack a bank. It's not going to use his own laptop or his own IP. So he will use that. So it doesn't help you block my IP forever. So just block it for 10 minutes and then it's going to be open again. When an adversary wants to compromise system, they need to know which OS is running, which browser, and those kind of things. You can now enable stealth mode browsing. If you do, be careful though. So while this is cool because it will actually show you or hide from what's happening, um, basically from what's happening or which system is run, it is quite scary. Or just be aware that it could cause compatibility issue with browsers and whatever. Right, OS fingerprinting, again, it's quite cool, but be careful with this. Firewall, keep firewall enabled, even on high throughput servers is very important for your endpoints. Test the default rule set against each type of gold image. Adjust the rules by rule on a test environment, so step by step. Roll out policy gradually in production, and then monitor the firewall events in the dashboard and in the reports. Preventing initial access via device control. So this is for devices. So we'll just look at Stuxnet, for example. Stuxnet has basically illustrated the need for physical restriction when it comes to external devices. So somebody plugged in a USB, and basically that really put this is how the Stuxnet came in. So it was introduced via USB. So the whole idea is that we should obviously eliminate it. And I like this. They're saying the only truly secure system is the system that's powered off, put into a block of concrete, and sealed in a lead-lined room with armed guards. And even then, I'm not sure that it's really secure. And this is what the guy, Eugene Spafford from Purdue University in the United States said once. And this is really scary. You know, it's actually everything that is connected to the internet is potentially vulnerable. It's not as bad as they say in the movies. I mean, it's not that easy to just willy-nilly just grab access to the systems, but it is possible. So device control interfaces with hardware on Windows. And this is obviously something that I definitely know that has happened in and during or just before COVID. So previously, I think a lot of companies had just a very relaxed attitude to devices and device control. But during COVID, when everybody had to work from, where's my USB flash drive? Oh, yeah, there. when everybody had to work from home initially, companies were a little bit stricter, and they had to be. They had to become stricter. So this is then where you have device control, that certain devices, for example, are blocked. Certain devices allowed and not. So a device control is, under device control policy, is very important. Due to the structure of the OS, the method to handle devices are very difficult on Mac and Windows. It's really only possible in Windows and Mac machines. It's not really possible on other like Linux systems. So with Macs, the control is done at the mount point level, and it's only really possible for removable drives. You can't use systems that's fixed. But Windows at the device manager level could do it at removable human input devices like a mouse and a keyboard. So you can block USB mouse, where with Apple you can't. Firewire, biometrics, Bluetooth, CDs, DVDs, IDs, and so on, a lot of stuff. But you can also create your own custom devices with device ID. So now, obviously, there are a bunch of generic devices, and this is called the class ID. So if I go here, if I look at any of my Bluetooth devices, so Bluetooth device, if you look at here, I've got, for example, my Logi 5000 R5000, which is my presentation clicker. If I now go click here, look at properties, click at details. If I look at my class ID, you'll see that it's exactly that information here at the bottom. So it's the generic ID. So even if I now go and look at my Bluetooth mouse, see that is exactly the same thing. If I plug in my USB devices, they will all have the same generic devices. So that is my class ID. This is static, built into Windows, vendor agnostic, and its generic devices. So these are built in with Windows. But you can also now plug in and use your own devices. So as I just mentioned, where's my device manager? So we can now use your more specific devices. Now, for this, you need you can get some of this information in here. So there's some more details here in the device ID, but we don't really in Windows have a specific, really nice information about here. So the device ID that we use here is we're going to use a utility within Symantec to grab this information for us, a device viewer.exe or device viewer.app. So it shows you your connection type, like this is a USB device. So imagine we have a scenario. Let's say we have a USB flash drive, and it's now basically we take it, it's branded, and it's encrypted. So it's a corporate ID. So corporate device, it's then brand. So we then everybody, that's the only devices that's allowed. So we block everything else but allow certain devices. And this is then what we gather this information is manually added. So here's just some wildcards. So here's, for example, all Philips USB devices. The USB storage, it is a vendor. This is USB flash drive. So all USB flash drives that we have here, good to go. Or this is a specific drive model and revision. If we want to know, we'll get it more granular. So how do we retrieve this? To illustrate, we connect to phone IDs. You can see here. Here's the hardware IDs that sees that information that we have. This is also Again, if we look at if I go to my device manager again, so if I go on my Bluetooth devices, that's my headset, by the way. So it say the hardware ID. There's my hardware ID. So here it shows me my Bluetooth, whatever enumerator, and that's a device ID. Or if I go to, so remember that is FC712. If I now go to my mouse, my connector, see it's very different device ID. So SES call it device ID, Windows calls it hardware ID. So we need to gather that. So you can see here that it's very different. Well, the first part is the same, but then it starts being very different between the two. So this is iPhone SE and iPhone 6. So to use a custom ID, you must first add it to the ICDM console. And then the dollar box to add new is found under devices, external, add external devices, and we add that. We can also use the custom device ID, and the wizard open and proposes to add an external device or a device rule. And we can then allow or block all, and we can use some device control rules. Similar to firewall rules, device control rules are processed from top to bottom, and the more specific the device rule should be placed first, and then the catch-all rules at the bottom. Preventing initial access using anti-malware. So most attacks will begin with a phishing link or a malicious download in the browser. While IPS can detect known domains and attacks, there are still opportunities for an adversary to introduce new threats that's not detected by IPS or the network IPS. And this is where the download protection part of the anti-malware comes into play. Upon download, the file is written to disk, and at this point, the anti-malware will audit the new for age and check and using the information gathered from the GIN or the Global Intelligence Network. It's important to remember that all engines that comprise the anti-malware security control, including download protection, are tuned using the slider. So you can specify how sensitive or not it is. This combination of engines are called IPS, and intention prevention tunes the sensitivity of each engine. The detection of malicious files depend on the sensitivity level for blocking. Usual levels, so the threat intensity is a measure of the threat level allowed in the environment. And lower levels detect less and have a lower rate of false positives, and higher level detect more malicious and gray reactivity. And each threat detected but not blocked requires manual input from the SES administrator. Here are some recommendations for tuning IPS. So increase your monitoring level threshold slowly, review suspicious files, allow list potentially false positive, and then increase blocking threshold. HM prevalence tuning, so we can see if a detect file is malicious if they have 5 or less users, if they're known for 2 or fewer days, and then trusted sites if they automatically trust any files downloaded from a trusted intranet or internet site. And then monitoring mode, log the detection but take no action on it. Initial access can be prevented by IPS, firewall, device control, anti-malware support as well. Okay, now how do we prevent malware from executing? Okay. The assumption is that the adversary has managed to pass through the access to, so it's managed to get in. For instance, a misconfigured or disabled security control. The next step is to execute a program or script to infect the system, gain insight about the system and network, and in some cases, directly jump to the last phase. Impact. Right. If the threat is known, a blacklist can be deployed or a deny list can be deployed to prevent execution. Okay, so this is now what we're going to do. Let's look at the deny list. A deny list control is based on the hash list to block unwanted files. All right. So, or the hash list to block unwanted files. So, what to begin to understanding the deny list. So, the deny list is where we stop files and block stuff from happening. We need to start with the hash calculation. So, what is a hash? That is basically that unique fingerprint of each file. It's a mathematical function applied to a file which generates a unique string which can be used to then identify the file. It's often used to validate file integrity when we download content over the internet. In endpoint security, the hash basically used is the SHA-256 or the MD5. Every single file will be indexed on by detail in detail, and basically that is what we will look at blocking or allowing files, so allowing or denying files. So why we need to look at the hash is we don't care about the file name because somebody could change a file name. If somebody changes a file name or a signatures file name, it looks like a different file, but it's not because the hash value is still the same. So that's why we need the hash files. So to come back here, so if a file is bad, we can now add it to the deny list. And we can do this from within the console. We can do this on the fly. So let's see, we have now found a malicious file called getpua.exe. It's now what's happened in this, we saw this running on the environment, and we now added this to the deny list. Okay, so what will happen is that if anybody tries to run this file, it will be blocked. That is the error that you get here in the bottom. Windows cannot access the file, the path. You may not have the appropriate permissions to access. The true value is when potentially malicious files are known ahead of time so that attackers are blocked even then before the file is copied to the system. SES, obviously, Symantec Endpoint Security is cloud-based, and it will leverage all the endpoints to quickly identify and broadcast to all the users the knowledge of emerging threats. If the file is seen in the environment, the ICDM will notify you of an action item. So here's an action item. So this is now where you can now see the task list. So task list is stuff that we need to do. So task list is steps that you should take. So task list that is now you can deny a file and you can go now either ignore the advice. So you double click on this, either ignore or run. So you can now, this is where you deny this file then immediately. So you can do this on the fly. You don't have to go crazy and run scripts and do this or that it's immediately it's available to you. So how do we prevent the execution of those anti-malware files? Well, using your denial lists are useful for so the severity should be defined by us, or will it be automatically? So some of it you can, but normally this severity, the ICDM will tell you, hey, here's a big problem. So it will warn you and say, this is quite a serious alert. So this severity will be coming from Symantec directly. So you will see then it's a big problem or not. So as I said, anti-malware security control has several sub-engines and sub-ways which can help you distinguish what's happening in your environment. It uses AML, or machine learning, as well. And machine learning is part of your engine. The engine will run locally on the endpoint to parse binary executables. It can determine with a high accuracy and low false positive rate whether a file is malicious or not. The machine, you can't really customize the severity of the policies, Pritosh. It's basically that in this instance is basically going to create automatically for you. So a bad file that is a known actor of. Go back. Let's go back to this example. Where was this? Where was this? Stuxnet. All right. We know what it's trying to do. So we know that Stuxnet basically grabbed information and it tried to shut down systems. It's everything. So that is a system, and that's known to us or known to Symantec. So that is then what will go through right. Symantec knows, and that is then going to be added to the severity and say, hey, this file is Stuxnet. But it could also tell you, so this is a new file, that it's a suspicious file. We don't know what it's doing yet, but it's trying to do bad stuff. So let me come back to this other environment, other example. So imagine I go into your offices at your environment. Okay, so I go in, people stop me, they ask me for my ID, I show them my ID. This is a very bad example. I don't have my ID badge with me, but I basically show them my ID. I sign in. Right, yes, Peter is safe. Cool. I then go through the X-ray or the metal detector to check that I don't have any metal stuff. And here is the X-ray scanner for my laptop. I go through inside. All right. I've passed everything. If I want, so I'm on the allow list. I'm fine. But now there's a bunch of offices here. So my permission is for, let's say, for example, here is the boardroom. So I'm allowed to go into the boardroom because I have to give you guys training. I'm allowed to go to the toilet, and I am allowed to go to, let's say here, to the kitchen. Okay. But now here's HR, here's finance, here's IT, here's operations, and so on. So I'm allowed to go into the boardroom, into the kitchen, into the toilet. All right, that's where my permissions go. But now I start, every time I go to the kitchen, I come back and I open the finance door, or I open the HR door, or I try to look into IT or ops and whatever. I now become suspicious. Remember, I've passed all the initial steps. So this file was deemed safe. We didn't pick up any malicious code. So you didn't pick up that I'm a dodgy guy. But once I'm inside, I started to do dodgy. Like, for example, let's look at Adobe with Flash. Why does Flash all of a sudden need my camera? Why does Flash need access to my registry? Or why does it look at the keystroke logger? So, or Zoom, for example, the example I used, but why does Zoom start printing stuff? Why does it have access to other components, which is not supposed to? And now that starts becoming suspicious. All right. That's now where somebody, let's say, let's use, who was the person that asked the question? Lingaraj. Let's say Lingaraj, then security calls you and say, listen, Peter came to visit you, but we see on the cameras, Peter is walking around doing stuff that is not allowed to do. I think this is really suspicious. So the system will tell you that this file is acting weirdly. It's doing stuff that it's not supposed to be doing. So what we then do is it gives you a warning here. Where is this now? Sorry, where was it? It gives you a warning and say, hey, this is a suspicious file. So we recommend that you stop this file. And now you can stop the file. It's not known to us. We don't know that it's for sure a bad file, but it's suspicious. Does it make more sense? Does the explanation make sense? It's not a known bad file, but it's a potential bad file because it's doing weird stuff. And that's why we block it then. Or we recommend that you block. If it was on the signatures and we know it was a bad file, it will not have been allowed inside. But now we let it inside, we keep an eye on it and say, hey, you are now doing bad things. So the anti-malware also, it's a last topic before we'll have a break, guys, is machine learning. We figure out what people are doing, what the files are doing. So it determines with very high accuracy and low false positive whether a file is malicious or not. And the machine learning engine will require model composed of a decision tree features or characteristics to look for. And this is trained in the labs on a weekly basis on a good or bad structure. So we keep on checking new files and understanding what things are doing and how this environment is happening. We also have something called an emulator. The malware authors will continuously try to evade detecting using obfuscation. So what we can do is we have a sandbox that emulates a Windows machine where we can, it's like a mini virtual machine that we run this file and it's like a controlled explosion. So other option is let the malware decompress itself, but that's really dangerous. So endpoint security as an emulator which tricks the system, the malware into believing it's running on a bare metal system, is then decompressed and then exploded to see whether it really works or whether it's a malicious file or not. Okay, so we are halfway with this lesson. So let's have another break. So I think we'll have another 10-minute break. And then during this 10-minute break, if you haven't started your lab exercises, you can start that so long, but I will explain the labs in more details after the break. Okay, so let's wrap this up. We will finish this lesson and then I will explain the lab exercises. Guys, there's going to be two massive labs, but you don't have to finish both of them today. We're still going to do some lessons tomorrow and the rest of the week. So you can still catch up with the labs. Just today, these two lessons go hand in hand, and I don't want to split them up because then there's just no labs in between. Anyway, so let's continue then. Persistence. So, how does endpoint security prevent malware from reactivating at startup? So, it stops persistence. In this phase, the adversary and his attacks have passed through our environment. So, they pass through the network and file based detection without triggering any alarm. And the assumption here is that some features were probably turned off, or they just managed to get into, or to obfuscate themselves, or to hide. And this is often what happens: is they do hide in plain sight. It's often fairly easy for them to at least try or attempt to hide. What is persistence? Or what does it mean? A threat is persistent when the effects survive reboots or when upon incomplete cleanup the infection returns. Windows will use a number of methods to relaunch the processes and servers that when it restarts so that automatically the user will have all the tools they need to work. But for example, launch the VPN or instant messaging app at startup. But malicious applications will often try to use the same launch mechanism to infect or reinfect or reestablish connection to the adversary's botnet. And these launch mechanisms are in the registry or the finance services, and they are called load points. So they're there at every single startup. So every reboot, hey, I'm back, look at your network. They used to, I think it was called the NIMDA virus many years ago. That's how old I am. That would basically do the same. You had basically, I think about 2 minutes as the machine started up to go and delete a specific registry file. Otherwise, the system will reboot and then it doesn't matter whether you've cleaned it, it will reinfect your environment. So that was quite a massive threat at the time. The anti-malware schedule scans and real-time protection can prevent threats from setting persistence. When the schedule scan runs, it looks at load points and the common folders used by Windows. SES will run an active scan when definitions are distributed and when it's scheduled. Active scans will focus on load points and common startup folders. And then in addition to malware, Symantec ELAM or early launch anti-malware system that was introduced with Windows 8 by Microsoft, that basically helps us to focus on and enabled on the anti-malware policy to prevent malicious drivers and rootkits. So how do we configure a scan? There's a bunch of scans there for you already created: a schedule scan, daily scan, active scan, and whatever. You can tell when it must happen. So it's really up to you to add a new scan. You can edit the policy and click add and configure a new scan. In addition to standard load points, a more sophisticated kind of persistence are achieved through rootkits. A rootkit is a malicious program that's launched very early in the boot process, either as a daemon, a service, or a driver. And Windows and products like anti-malware are not loaded yet, and the system is then often vulnerable at that point. Rootkits have the ability to hide in plain sight and deceive the OS and applications running and basically lie to them or basically fake their way through. So what we've done is really implemented a sector-based scanning technique which compares the physical image to what the API shows. And this is done when scanning for a full thread. So it looks at the systems and says, right, this is what should be there. Oh, but there's dangerous files, so it will check that there's more files. So, because remember, the system doesn't just look at the C drive, but it also looks at the maps and basically the file structure. So if it looks at the file structure and say there's only supposed to be 1, 2, 3, 5, 12 files, but there's 3 more, we know it's malicious files. So we can kill those files. Windows launched about 10, 12 years ago with Windows 8. They launched something called ELAM, or the Early Launch Anti-Malware. This is a feature that looks at all the drivers, all the services and applications during a boot and startup. So what will happen is without ELAM, we only start the SEP here after the boot process. With early launch anti-malware, so as soon as we start up and a minimum bit of Windows have started, a bare minimum for Windows to actually run, we will already now start to look at this and add the viruses or the protection. We will delay the launch of suspicious items. So we will then be able to detect anything that is being added. So rootkits, those kind of things. What is very nice, and this is very important with SSDs, your solid state hard drives, that's been now pretty much everywhere. If a system is infected, you can run a Symantec, which is a very nice utility. This is given to you on each endpoint, so you can run it from the endpoint. It's a standalone support tool. Sorry, it's not on the endpoint. You have to download it. Sorry. Many users fighting persistent malware, looking at the scans and all of those kind of things. If you haven't used this yet, go and download it. You can actually download it from this website. Let me see if I can actually show you what it looks like in a moment. Okay. No, it's not selectable at the moment. Why did I not do that? Hang on a moment, sorry. So it's some download some Symantec. What is the website? Download Symantec. Right, so this is basically what it looks like. So you can go download Symantec, download it for Windows, there's for Linux, depending on the agent. There's one for Linux. There's also for Mac, which is quite cool. So you can do it for Mac as well. For viewer and everything. That's quite cool. It really runs a diagnostics utility. Look at your scan, and whether it's very handy. That's if you suspect there's something wrong in your environment that no threat or virus or whatever picks up. So you also need to prevent the privilege escalation. So the attacker will use tools to gain control of the system, to gain additional privileges of the environment. And every computer system will have some form of access control, so obviously to restrict available information. Admins may have extra rights, but obtaining admin privileges by a forceful manner, so like hacking into AD and those kind of things, will obviously open your environment to any threat. So this is what we should do to eliminate that. So when considering application escalation, attackers will look for vulnerable application, possibly mainstream, and to gain access to this environment. Taking the example of Acrobat Reader, the application can access the monitor to display documents and the printer to print them. Beyond that, not much else is available and should be required. injecting processes and downloading RATs are not standard features. So they should not access the camera, doing access registry, or install a few things. If an attacker convinces the victim to download and open a malicious PDF, then an Acrobat is getting privileges it shouldn't have, and therefore can just inject other processes to gain system privileges. So these tools are called remote access tools, so RATs. So we try to get into this network, and as it is into the network now, it takes a malicious file or takes an infected file, and it uses that file to do the privilege escalation. So what this is then, if a malicious file uses a trusted application, so Sonar is also then going to pick it up. So Sonar is going to pick up what it's doing if it's trying to inject other processes or that. So remember the example I used a while ago. So the system looks and say, hey, somebody on the internal closed circuit cameras, they see Peter is trying to do stuff that he's not allowed to do. So they call Lingo Rush and say, hey, Peter is bad. Peter doesn't have a good malicious, good intentions. Kick him out, or we're going to kick him out. So that's what Sonar does. It looks at the behavior of files, malicious behavior. There may not be any specific definitions or virus, but we know the behavior. So, like I said, Adobe should not access the camera. The Adobe should not create a keystroke. It should not add new installers. So, this is what we do. So, malicious actors will know and utilize a wide variety of tools that they use to attempt to gain privileges. Mimikatz, for example. Attackers use Mimikatz to view and save authentication credentials, and these are stored in Windows workstation memories. Fortunately, our anti-malware will recognize Mimikatz and what it does, not just the name, but what it does as well, looking at your hash and those kind of things, and prevent us from being executed. So here it tells you the file was bad or something is. Here's an example of Responder. Responder is an open source tool, and basically with LMR, MBT poisoning, byte building, HTTP and HTTPS rogue authentication, and whatever. And it captures hashes and credentials that are sent to the system. This is a network-based hacking, and the anti-malware tool are not able to detect it's malicious. But then Sonar will pick it up and say, hey, or IPS, intrusion prevention, this is not good. And that's what Sonar and how we do with privilege escalation with Sonar, your traditional signatures, and then also your IPS or TAC signatures. We also have preventing defense evasion. So the attacker chooses another route to get to a foothold into a system. By exploiting faults in software, Windows, all kind of vulnerabilities and faults or whatever. So the guy tries to come in. So to use my example again, so the attacker does not come into the front door. It does not come in via here because he knows it's going to be. So they try to create either a back door or climb over the wall or break a hole into the wall, all those kind of things. So they try to evade detection when they get in. So imagine a web application that runs on a server. And this server or this application might have a field for shipping addresses as part of an order form. This is meant to accept a limited of characters like 256 characters for your address. If no control is added, the memory reserved in the heap can overflow to a higher zone, and the default layout has the heap next to executable addresses reserved for program execution. If the attacker manages to craft this character string to overflow, they can execute shellcode remotely. And this is called heap spray attacks, what we have, and we need to prevent those. There's some other techniques that attackers use to exploit endpoint memory, like structured exception handling override. So they just basically fill up and drown these fields. So we do protect against those. So we have something called ASLR, which is address space layout randomization. This randomizes the memory mapping when an application loads, making any prediction for calling specific functions. We also have ROP protection, as the name indicates, also protects from return-oriented programming. And this time for a given protected application, we monitor which capabilities are normally called by the program. SEHOP, or Structured Exception Handler, this basically, SEHOP, it prevents the injection of code or arbitrary code when an application crashes. This prevents execution when the program goes to the catch state to display an error message. So it's a structure exception query handler. The injection is blocked so that there's nothing extra to execute. Stacks NX set a non-executable flag for memory registered outside of the executable, and this prevents heap spray attacks, and in conjunction with ASLR removes the risk of adding shellcode to the memory. And then lastly, the null protection. This null protection, attackers may place code into the null code or the null address where it will trigger if a pointer is not properly validated. Mem, or memory execution, will basically then trigger if a pointer is not properly validated. Okay, so let's look at this few of them again. So mem, or memory exploit mitigation policy. This policy shows you can see what is more details by drilling down. You can see which application is covered. Application paths can be used with wildcard, and if an application is not covered, admins can quickly add it and manually select the mitigation. So if you customize the application, make sure to review the policy to reflect the location where your application lives. Some best practices for memory exploit mitigation. Make sure your Java and other applications are protected. So enable all these protection. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's there by default. Each application uses paths with wildcard characters. Doesn't matter where the application is installed as long as the default path is not modified. So we do recommend that you make sure that your systems are not, that you do install them in the standard installation directory. And lastly, set log only when you deal with a false positive or when you're sure it is false positive. Okay, so remember, adversaries can use vulnerable applications to bypass security. Memory tampering can execute arbitrary codes, and SES exploit provides techniques to monitor applications against those attacks. Okay, so how do we prevent discovery? In the discovery phase, an attacker will try to get access to a compromised system in the network and then use that system to look for high-value assets. So in other words, they're going to grab my laptop and then going to go into this and grab more details. This could be a rogue computer or an unprotected system. They can use generic tools like Nmap, Metasploit, or whatever to scan and get more details information. All right, so because the way that a memory exploit works, the system will know that a memory exploit, remember, memory exploit does the same thing all the time. A memory exploit is basically, what's the word? It basically kills, it just, like this heap spray attack, it basically exploits all the data. It loads that your memory gets filled up so that your system crashes or your system gets vulnerable. So the system will, your client that you've installed on a laptop will automatically know something is happening. and will automatically go and say, hey, there's something that's happened. The ASLR or a null protection tried to be implicated or exploited. So this is why you have the endpoint installed or the software installed on each of your endpoints, and it will pick that up automatically. The system is programmed to know. So if I go back again, look at my environment, look at my example, what am I going to the boardroom? Am I going to the kitchen, to the toilet only, or am I running around doing bad stuff? And that's what the system does. We also, to prevent your net, does it make sense, Gatakan? Gatakayan? Perfect. So it knows, these are things that's known to it. So this is not a specific virus, it is an event that's happening. So something that happens in this environment. In the firewall policies, a key feature needs to be enabled, and you basically make sure that, do I want to enable port scan detection, enable denial service, and then also, as I mentioned, do I want to, what's the number of seconds do we reach to block the IP address as well? So you can check all of those kind of things then as well. So these are the features that you can then check. So discovery is the phase where the weakest link in the security is compromised, and network discovery are achieved by building command and genuine utility in the firewall protects endpoints from being identified with port scan detection. So one of the other ways then, once they are inside, is they want to take command and control your network. Okay. One of the things they use, like zombies, so zombies basically attacks of the zombie computers. So zombie apocalypse is still a threat. The idea is to compromise systems with a piece of software, and then basically with software allowing remote computers, and this threat is getting actually worse. They reckon more than 20% of all attacks are used with zombie attacks. According to the basic new analysis of the supply chain attack has uncovered 18 new command and control servers, making for an estimated 18,000 companies exposed. All right. So what zombies do is basically they send a job. So basically, a compromised endpoint will then join the herd, and then they will do an attack. So the real world campaigns, so stuff like Emotet. Emotet, the infection started with a phishing mail that tricked the user into downloading a weaponized Word document. The Word document then launches a PowerShell script to download Emotet, which is a Trojan. In turn, Emotet downloads other payloads like add TrickBot to disable AV, harvest the data, and then steal credentials to prepare for lateral movement. Finally, a TrickBot then joined the victim's endpoint to a botnet and downloaded ransomware, and this recombination of techniques and scenarios are endless. And this is why endpoints need efficient and layered protection to prevent the compromise. Okay. So this is just another example. But how do we detect that? So we look at detecting connection to a command control server. If your network team suspect one or more systems are part of a botnet, it's possible to create a custom rule to block connectivity to the command and control server. This initial detection may not be easy to accomplish because you don't know what's happening. But IPS will pick up what's happening, and the IPS will basically kind of create a rule for you. So it will tell you what's happened in your environment, Tor handshakes or whatever, malicious code, and or domain request, and give you a report or feedback, which you can then add to your environment. So block command and control are used to herd zombie computers into a botnet. Botnets are then sold to launch distributed denial of service. IPS signatures can detect botnet, and firewalls can be configured to block connection too. So one of the last parts that they try and do is exfiltration. So obviously exfiltration is really to gather information in and out of your network. So they bleed the information. Exfiltration is a goal for most cyber attacks. It consists of gathering valuable data and uploading it back to a system that the attacker has full control. Generally, the attacker never copies directly back to the system. So it uses it basically grabs data. To set a storage device as read-only, so one of the rules or one of the ways to block exfiltration is to put the USB devices, for example, as read-only or to block. Why you would do that is because often somebody would actually, baddies. If you look at, I will copy stuff from my laptop onto a USB. Then I will go to another machine and plug it in. So the baddies of the adversaries will not use their own machines, obviously. They will use you as piggybacks or as scapegoats or whatever. So what will happen is that I will actually, unbeknown, be a carrier of a virus. So I'm even exfiltrating data. And that's why device control policies are so handy in this component. So we have specific device control that we either allow or block devices and set USB devices to block or whatever, and only allow certain devices, as I mentioned. You can also block network exfiltration using your IPS. By default, your IPS signatures with a backdoor category can block threats. So by default, it will look at threats. So you can see here, here's your severity and everything, and your status. Look at your backdoor to see what to do. Your firewall can also be configured to reduce the ability to use standard file protocols outside the LAN. The impact phase is then pretty much one of the last parts, because we need to block the impact of this infiltration and then exfiltration. So the last phase, by now the attacker has gained control of your system. Valuable data could be stolen or leaked or whatever. And the impact phase is about covering traces of the attacks. Okay. We often see destructive attacks rise as geopolitical tensions and so on. So we all know with the whole issue with Russia and Ukraine, even the United States, elections coming up and those kind of things. That's a big, big issue and a big threat with the organized or global security. So now, in this phase, code is used to destroy evidence, break the system, or even encrypt data for ransomware and those kind of things. The file-based protection that discussed earlier will detect these threats using the anti-malware and the denialist security control. So it will look at the system and understand what's happening. So what we can do, and I mentioned this earlier on, you can add a file to the deny list manually. So have a whitelist or a blacklist policy. If a threat is identified and the threat needs to stop, the admin can isolate the threat, capture it, and manually add this to the deny list as well if you want to. And this is quite important because you need to figure out, do I want to do this? What do I want to do? What's the process? Which components, which files we want to add? You can add this file manually, or you can add this, well, yeah, decide whether you want to do this manually or not. Lastly, Satyam, USB blocking is not really a feature of data loss prevention. Data loss prevention can let you do certain things and monitor stuff. It's not really device blocking. It cannot block devices on this level at this moment. In version 16, there's been some improvements, but it can't block it on the level that SEP can do, as I explained to you earlier on how SEP does that. So it's not really a full device blocking like the way I mentioned earlier on. So remember earlier on I said you can use the device viewer, you look at your hardware ID and then and your device ID. We'll talk about this tomorrow again, by the way, but you've got your device viewer .exe and your device viewer app in Mac that you run this device ID, and we can, for example, block all the USB devices but allow certain US devices that's encrypted. So, and that is what we do. DLP can't do it that way. It's not that intelligent yet. There's some features that can do it. I think 16.1 or something can do it a little bit more better, but no, it's not that intelligent at the moment. So lastly, we need to manage updates. Okay, so in other words, we need to get our security up to speed. Download the latest versions, get your security. The default option is to use Live Update directly from the internet. The default Symantec Live Update server. But we can also use the Live Update server for pre-release content, but also use a specific internal Live Update server. So this is if we have internal in your environment. In the system policy, you basically configure the update frequency for live updates to run, and we publish anti-malware updates 3 times a week and once during weekends and holidays. 3 times a day, sorry, not 3 times a week. So up to 3 times a day. Additional out-of-schedules updates will also occur as we do. So then we can, come back to that. The live update schedule, so we say, do I want to do this every 4 hours, which is 6 times a day? This is perfect. There's no reason to change this. Don't use continuously, that's silly. And the others are just too risky. What time do I want to retry this? Download randomization. This is good for VMs. So especially if you've got maybe 5 or 6 machines or 10 machines on an ESX server, that we don't pull this down. Then also for idle detection. Sorry, just go back to download to randomization. So we'll look and say, right, these machines are a little bit busy, so we will not run all of them immediately. So just like maybe have a little bit of a time frame in between. So, if it's like, just again, not to pull your vCenter down, your ESX server down or whatever. Idle detection or your network even. Idle detection is just check if the machines are idle. Great for servers, not so good for laptops. Laptops typically, if they idle, they're going to be shut down. They're not going to be used. So it's not always the best idea. And there's also something called rapid release definitions. When you respond to an incident, new definitions can be created, but before the signatures are committed, the intermediate signatures can be manually downloaded. So the intermediate features are rapid release definitions. Now these things, they are not recommended to be used unless you really, really, really have a big issue, unless Symantec tells you to do that. They can download from the FTPN website, but they need to be installed manually on the infected endpoints. It's only going to be used in a real emergency. So we'll talk about these definitions tomorrow. You download this on Peter's laptop and then execute intelligent updater. This is not available for everything. The default schedule every 4 hours. Make sure your content's updated all the time. It's also going to get your policies and those kind of things set. And endpoints with intermittent connectivity can use continuous option. And in case of immediate remediation, use rapid release definition. So then policies, you have a bunch of policies, and we will create policies and update the policies as we go. So you'll see here, you can see the default and the version of the policy. You can apply the different versions to your endpoints and to your groups, and they will tell you, you have created version 8. Do you want to apply version 8 to your policy? So if you have a bunch of machines that is using this policy, if you change this policy and you save it, it's now version 2, SES will say, okay, this bunch of machines called the Pune office, we're using version 1. You now have updated version 2. Do you want these machines to automatically apply to version 2? And you just say yes or no. So in other words, you don't have to then remember to go back into everything. It will be automatically be updated, which is really, really handy. Each policy details will include a version tab. As I said, I'll show you the version that there is now. You can then apply, and you can see then if you go to the different policy, you see the different versions that's there. From time to time, Symantec, and it's often monthly, gives you updated policy templates that will include policy optimizations and new options, and policies for which new templates are available are marked with an informational icon. When admins apply the upgrade, a new version of the policy is created. After the update, admins will decide whether or not to apply the new version to the policy onto the device group. So you can now update this policy now as well. So if you decided to say no here, you can then do it later and update all the stuff to the newest versions. You can also roll back if you have a problem, so you can roll it back to previous versions, which is quite cool. I mentioned earlier on, there's a whole bunch of policies. I would say don't delete the standard policies, rather just go and duplicate this and give it a new name. So rather, it's safer, it's better. So if anything goes wrong, you can always go back to the original version. You can also see the versions and the activity history of each of the policies, what it has been assigned to. So you look at here, you see there's the user, the policy, whatever feature, and the assigned date. To rename a policy, very easy. You can just basically click on the pencil icon and then change the policy name. Okay, now this was a nice, massive module. So this lab will take you about 3 hours. So don't worry about this, guys. You don't have to do it fully today, but I will explain this in a moment. So let me go then here. So on this, so you use your first name. I assumed first names based on the attendance register. So each of you will have Anaga, you will have Mahesh, Mayuri, Pritosh, Satyam, Azim. It looked like, so Azim, I have changed it, but yes, well, Azim is not here anyway. I've got Vinesh, then we've got Nam, I've got Afik, Lingarash, and then Karthikayan. So you need to go to a website called yopmail.com. But let's first start. So all of these, I've sent this email to you, and you will have seen the screens. Once you've popped on here, these are your virtual machines. So as I mentioned, start them. You have to make sure all of them are started up all the time. So here, while you click and start them, see there's a second part that says resources. Click on resources. Resources. This is your lab guide and your student guide. Please, guys, so here is where you download this. You can click on the student guide. You can now print it as PDF or save it or whatever you want to. And then that is the documentation of the class. Then the lab guide. This is what you're going to use right now. So the lab guide, Endpoint Complete lab guide. So you need to do Introduction to SES Complete, which will have all these exercises, 9 exercises from pretty much page 9, is where it starts, to the end. And then configuring endpoint controls up to page 88. So that's where you will have to stop. But it is going to take a long time. You do not have to finish everything tomorrow. You can continue, or today, you can still continue and do stuff tomorrow. So let's look at the lab. So it tells you a little bit of an introduction. Lab scenario, so it takes you to the table of contents, then the lab scenario. There it tells you your student name and the training, but it will give you all of this information as all the time. So let's go. All right. It will tell you, we recommend that you do, as I said, while you're a better browser, just make sure your browser is fine. Now, what is very nice is you can actually use your own laptop to do a majority of the labs. You don't have to log into the labs, but the machines need to run. So first of all is so it will tell you, use your own system. So this is your own laptop, not the labs, not these machines yet. Not these machines. Launch an internet browser, go to the following web, and you go your mail. So www.yopmail.com. So I will put this in the chat to everyone. So yopmail.com. All right. Then you type in your first name. My name is Peter, and you must see the following. This email. Welcome to ICDM account login. There basically, and that is where you start. So you're going to click there and start. So if I go back there, there's your welcome to the security cloud. You can click on then get started, as I mentioned, get started. And there we go. So I've got a different email. So you will then type in Peter, well, your own, at yopmail.com. And it will immediately ask for a password because there's no password. I'm not going to continue with this. You can look at this your own time. So there, get started, and so on. And it will help you with a few things. Again, you can now access from CL1 or ICDM, and you will then connect to your system. Log on to the cloud, but it will take you through here anyway, and then you follow the instructions. And you'll see this, and this will take you a few hours. Now, any questions? What is important here is, I will leave this on the screen for you. So I will view. All right. Right, so what you do, that is your email address. So if you're going to go, let's look at Raja Sekar, which is not in the office or in the training, but if I would go to Yopmail, so go to yopmail.com and just say Raja Sekar, and I click on the right arrow, and there's the get started. And the moment you click on and it continues. Any questions, people? Okay, so there's a deafening silence, so I assume everybody is happy. As I said, you don't have to do all lab 1 or exercise 1 and 2 today. Go as far as you can. Tomorrow we'll do threats, ICDM. So tomorrow we have 1 and a bit lesson or lab. Then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Cool. Any questions, people? All right. If there's no questions, good luck. Guys, you have my email address in the email I've sent you. I will leave this email of you on the screen. I will delete all of that so you don't have all of that, or just hide that if you. But this is basically your Yopmail address that you will use. So your name, and that's the one that you will use. If you have any questions, you have seen in the email I've sent you my email address. Also, if you want to send me a WhatsApp if you have a question, here we go. That is my phone number. If you want to send me a WhatsApp, right? Okay. So here's the thing, guys. Sometimes it may cause issues with your corporate machines. You'll have to then see if you can use another machine, either maybe even a tablet or stuff. Unfortunately, I don't know if you can't get access to Yopmail or the ICDM on your corporate machine, see if you can have another machine. Disconnect from VPN if possible, those kind of things. All of these features could be an impact. So I'll just check if you have any of those issues. All right. And then I will leave this on the screen for a bit. I'm gonna disappear from view for a short bit. I'm gonna have breakfast and all of that stuff. So I will. Don't worry. If you don't see me, you have my email address as well as my phone number. We'll be in touch in a little bit. We'll see you when see if you have any issues, let me know. So good luck with the labs. They do take long. So what I would suggest you guys do, finish your work for the day and then concentrate on the labs. Don't do the labs in between your work. It's not really going to be beneficial. So I would suggest you do your labs when you absolutely have some time to do the labs. So when you can concentrate. So chat to you a little bit later or tomorrow. Also, if you want to, feel free to drop off. You don't have to be on the WebEx the whole afternoon. Feel free to drop off. But just make note of all these details or send me an email if you have any issues. Speak to you later or tomorrow.
rồi